So I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
get everything to function here. Should be somewhat good to go. We'll just put the camera on the head here, run it like this today, I think. See if we got enough cable there so it's not like I can look freely. Seems good. Maybe twist this one around. Seems like there's some twistage in the cable. This way. Should be better now. It's an MC redeemed bear. We got bears in the cabin already. But the hopefully camera is pretty good. I can put the hearing protection on, I guess. Cable needs to be outside of that. Then we should be able to do some testing here. See if we can get some actual plowing done. Let's go here first. Took a little bit to set up here again with this. Try the 2-camera setup. We haven't had this in a little bit here. Should be good for this maybe. Is the camera too high maybe? And set the cameras up better once we get going here a little bit. See if it's fully flipped over. Or is it this one? Yeah, this one. Then we should be ready to go. turns over pretty good. You can see a little bit of mud is sticking to the wheels, but to be expected when it rained like yesterday and the last night too a little bit. Get ready to where you can lift up. I can probably lift it up a little bit later than that. You drop it down straight there, probably starting a little bit earlier. Drive on, that's good to kind of remember to put on. 4-wheel drives. Hello there, Nemo Temi. Here I could do just a loop turn because we have a lot of room in this end, but yeah, then we pretty much gotta drop it like that. That's pretty good, maybe even a little bit later. Need to remember all the timings again, when to lift up, when to drop down. Always a little bit rusty in the beginning. And yeah, we had John did start this field a little bit here before me already. God's work. Yeah, at least according to some people. A bit of a clay hill right there. Sticking to the plow there, but hopefully that's not too bad. No, it fell off now. I think it's not gonna, as long as it doesn't build up like a huge piece there, then it's fine. Seems fine. Turn here, it's kind of leaving a little bit uneven here, but it's still better to do this turning than not this turn here. How many nests have you come across? There's not really any nests at this point. The birds are always in the spring. Like in the fall now, there's really no birds around, or none that make nests in the field at least. That's more likely to happen in the spring. Most birds left, or they're not having kids at this point when it's like winter is very close. They usually do that in the spring or something. Few more passes, then we can't go around this island again. But yeah, here we have probably a Christmas tree, one of those. Should be a good Christmas tree right there somewhere. Raining a little bit here. it shouldn't really rain a lot. I mean, a little bit of rain doesn't really matter when we do this. Why are you plowing and preparing, gonna plant? Yeah, so next spring we're gonna plant, but I gotta do this. We have like we had a good crop this year, so as you can see, there's a lot of straw, and I need to somehow bury the straw so that I can plant next spring. If I would try to plant in this with the equipment we have, it wouldn't work. So we need to hide the straw. That's basically why we're doing this. Hide the straw. I mean, it's gonna kill some weeds now too, but the main thing really is getting the straw under some dirt. Decompose, put minerals back into the ground. I mean, it kind of mixes up the soil a little bit, so it can help with some things there too. But yeah, mostly it is to hide the straw. And then I guess when it decomposes inside the soil, then it's not gonna like evaporate or anything like that. Yeah, it's gonna be, with the equipment we have, it's gonna be much easier in the spring to plant into this than to plant into like the straw. It wouldn't really work with the stuff that we have. With some planters you can plant direct into the straw, but not the stuff that we have. Oh, there is even some water in the ditch now. I guess it has rained a little bit over the last few days. Even a few days ago when we cleaned the ditches from the brushes, there was like no water. So I guess it has rained a little bit. How many acres? We got about, in acres, I think it's about, is it like 80 acres? 80 acres of fields, and then we got like 50 acres of forest, roughly. We mostly talk in hectares here, so it's a little bit confusing, but I think it's roughly like that. People have asked so many times that I should, I'm slowly beginning to learn the acres. Acres. Okay, maybe it's closer to 90. It's 36 hectares. So you can translate it from that. But yeah, some fields, and as you can see, we got some forests also. We already did some forest work, and there's gonna be more forest work during the winter a little bit. But yeah, pretty average, a little bit below average size for a farm in Finland. So nothing huge. But yeah, when you compare the sizes, it's always like, it depends so much to what you compare. In many countries this would be huge, and in also many countries it would be tiny. So it really depends to what you compare. Oh, we got a little wheel spin even there. A little muddy in some places. Yeah, freedom units. couple more passes here, then we're caught up with the island. Steer now, but as you can see, when you get the one side of the wheels in the grooves and then you turn a little bit to the right, then it's the oldest of the auto steers. No hands. Actually turn the other way, descend. I think that way it flops the dirt even better. Doesn't really matter too much, but back here. Probably slow it down a little bit here. Then when we'll do this part, then we'll do this corner. There'll be a little bit left there. Oh God, we got John with the overly positive comments again. Hopefully nothing's gonna break today. The RPM thing is not showing the right thing, but that was already broken from before, so. start a little pass there, but for the most part probably lift up there. Then we're gonna slow down a little bit here so we can get, if we can get this guy to turn here at all. Slightly muddy. Corner I want to do here. We're gonna do not do more than that, but I think there's a little piece here we could, as long as there's no rock, we could probably slice up a little bit there still. Some birds have arrived, but not to make nests. Pick up worms, I think. control pretty well. Probably definitely going deep enough, and you can see this like other type soil. It's pulling like deeper than maybe usual, so definitely going deep enough. Something hard there. Pulled it, you could see the plow it pulled up. Maybe there was like a drove a lot there with a heavy trailer. There you could see if you're quick, then you can, or if you rewind, you can see the spring loaded plow. If you hit like a rock, it does that instead of braking something. It just pops up and pops back down. I don't think that was a rock, it was probably just a really hard piece of ground or something. There shouldn't really be a rock in that place in this field. There was a rock near the edge of the field. Yeah, in this field there is some rocks, but in the middle there I don't think that's a rock. Probably just some hard ground or something. Yeah, when we plow the back section there back behind the island, there's definitely gonna be a few times when we hit the rocks. Looks like we're plowing. We are plowing today, that is true. see, because right there where it turns a little bit. Maybe there is like a loose, smaller rock or something. It can be sometimes hard to see even where it hit the rock because it pops up and pops right back down. I don't see, maybe it was here. Don't really see anything. Maybe there was like a smaller rock or something. Maybe just this little bit up, maybe. It's pretty good though. Maybe a tiny bit. But in general, I think we have pretty good adjustments on the plow here right now. Just this like a tiny bit, very little though. So it doesn't go, keeps it from going a little bit not so deep, but it's pretty much fine adjustments at this point. the roof. Are scanning for them worms again. Probably are some exposed ones when we plow. Busy day. Yeah, we're doing some field work today actually. Been doing mostly other stuff lately, but it's gonna be a few days of plowing. We don't have too much, like we're gonna plow some in the spring too, so it's gonna be probably like maybe 3 days, 4 days of plowing. So not that much. And then after this job is done, then basically all the field work is done for this year. Doesn't mean that everything is done, but in the fields we don't need to do anything anymore after this year. But a lot of paperwork, a lot of other stuff to do still. Forest work, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, we probably have like 10, 11 hectares left now. Probably done a few here soon. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really know anybody in any kind of work that would like the paperwork. Seems to be a universally not so nice thing to do. Feels like you're doing again what you already did when you do the paperwork.
go outside a little bit. I'll be right back.
Chat phone on this phone, but it's kind of not good. Not good right here. Should probably adjust. If I have it there, it's kind of much on the side, but kind of has to be connected to the Bella box thing. Side there a little bit, but when it is like this one has to be connected to this guy, then otherwise I could have the chat phone here, but with this cable it's a little bit. I had it on the door, but then when I go out it's kind of weird. Maybe we'll have it here. It's kind of, yeah, a lot on the side. I guess I could move it every time I go outside because we don't really jump outside too much, but oh man, this is not nice. If I have the hat, maybe I should not have the hat underneath the camera. It's getting a little sketchy with the little sketchy with the camera and hearing protection. Probably better like this. Maybe have the hat on top of everything else. That's better. But yeah, this is like too much on the side. This is not good. I guess we'll put you guys still here somewhere. And if I go outside, we're just gonna take the whole mount off. It's a little weird. It's a little weird to have it here, and then we still don't want to drop the phone. That's less than optimal. Tighten up that, but not drop the phone. So I guess that should be fine. Fine stuff. And how's other camera doing? Other phone here? Guess it's doing pretty good. Maybe do more like this. not pulling very hard. Could be good to have one more wings on the back, or a couple more wings, but 4 furrow instead of 3. Sun is trying to come out. I think this morning there was actually a little bit of sun, which is this time of the year you really gotta enjoy every time you see the sun, because probably the least sunny time of the year, like late October, November, probably the least sunny months of the year. As the money come from grains, we haven't sold anything yet. I mean, the oats technically we have sold, but they haven't picked up anything yet, so no money from the grains yet, and also no EU subsidies yet. They should pay out a little bit this month, but who knows with the EU stuff. So yeah, this is the crazy thing that some people might think or find very weird compared to normal jobs. So far this year, there's literally been no income from the farm. Or I guess in April they pay like 5% from last year's subsidies still. But it's since then there's been literally no income from many months. So for a normal job, when you get paid like once in 2 weeks or once a month or something like that, farming it's very different. It's like most months you get paid nothing, and then the bulk of the money comes like late in the year or even next year. I think that's a big difference from a normal job, so to speak. No taxes. There's gonna be taxes. I mean there's, yeah, of course, some of the grains we grew last year we sold this year, and then that income has come this year. So I guess I said a little bit wrong there when I said no income this year. But from the stuff we've done this year, like in the fields and the grains we grew this year, we have not gotten like anything yet. All the income comes very late in the year. And some of it, the subsidies like come literally 1 year later. Like you do the farming and then pretty much 12 months later you get the last like 5% or 10% of the subsidies or something. It's a very weird system. I don't know if any normal job has like, okay, so you get like 80% of your salary now, and then in half a year you get the last 20%. I don't know of any other job that has it that way, really. They have payment schedule EU that you have approved. So farmers haven't approved anything. After we joined EU, no one has asked farmers anything. It's just they came up with that paying schedule. nobody has asked the farmers anything about when we would need the money and not. It's like they just came up with that the subsidies are paid very late in the year. They did not ask the farmers at all. But yeah, because in farming, so you have to pay for everything first and then you get the income. Like it would be much better if the subsidies were paid, let's say in April, when you need all the money for seed and fertilizer and like when you do a lot of the farming. So it's a little bit kind of backwards. But yeah, can't really be too surprised about that. When most of the people that do the like when do we pay and when do we do everything like that, they have like literally no clue what farming is about. No interest. That's true. So if in normal cases, if you get something later, then you get interest on that money. But when they pay the subsidies, it's like okay, 10% comes half a year later with no interest. It's just the same amount later. Weird stuff. Weird stuff. If I take a loan, then there's definitely gonna be interest on that if I pay it later. Not a question about that, but when EU pays, it's like, nah, no interest, of course. Crazy stuff, crazy stuff. Really, if you think about it, it's a very weird, not good system. But yeah, I mean, I can't do anything about it, so just gotta work with it as much as you can. So just try to do everything right, at least get no like cuts from the subsidies. Can't really do much about it as a farmer. Just gotta try to do your job well and then hopefully get paid at some point. And also it's very weird when it's like you would think that food production would be kind of top of the list and kind of like one of the more important things, but it seems like maybe it's not like that. But yeah, it's a weird world we live in for sure. Maybe it is like some people say that we live in a simulation. Could be the case. Just some advanced aliens have like a very realistic simulation going on. I try to ignore it as much as possible, because that's the best way, I think. That's why the jobs where you really don't need to do like pretty much no paperwork, those are my favorites. Like when I do some forest work, at least when we cut like firewood, then pretty much no paperwork. Like of course you can write up like how much fuel you used, and then you can use that as some deductions, and like there's some small things, but yeah, the less paperwork the job has in it, the better it is. Skiing in winter is that's my favorite. No paperwork. Going on a bike trip, exploring nature. It's so good when there's no paperwork. Going out of EU. Yeah, I mean, I have nothing like EU is a very good place, like other than the paperwork and stuff. Other than that, EU is a pretty, like Europe in general is like a pretty good place to be. It's just the paperwork part of it that I'm not a big fan of. Yeah, I think the biking trips are pretty much done for this year. We might go and like walk somewhere if I could find like some nice nature trails. We could do some like walking, but also, I mean, it really depends. Then when we get the snow, then we can start the skiing streams. There's always this a little bit of a in-between period when it's like not that nice to bike, and also not cold enough to have like snow. But yeah, we'll see when the snow comes this year. Last year it was, I think, mid-November we already had like 0.5 meters of snow, and then it melted away very quickly, but the first considerable snow came quite early last year. We'll see this year if it's gonna be like later or sooner. It's almost like it's already almost November, so. But yeah, for right now the forecast looks like it's not gonna be super cold. No snow yet. Not even freezing. It was the one day when we went biking, there was one day where it was -7 in the morning. But after that it's not been even below freezing, so. At least no death. yeah, we have no machinery that uses the DEF, so that's nice. At least one headache less. Was this a better year than usual for the country's farmers? So yield-wise, we had a pretty good year, but that doesn't mean the same thing as financially a good year. But I guess we are gonna have this year probably is financially also better than last year. But yeah, for many, at least conventional farmers, it's been like a weird year because pretty good yields, but the price of conventional grain, it's like absolutely tanked. So then like you get better yield, but it doesn't really help. Like financially, it's still bad. So yeah, depends. But I think the organic grain prices, they have not tanked like super hard. So at least yet, so that's good. But the conventional prices are completely in the drain again right now. Completely in the drain. But yeah, there you see that the open markets work very well. At least one way. When there's good yield, prices drop, and then when there's a bad yield, then the prices don't go up. Isn't it that way that the free market is supposed to work? It seems like it's only working one way. As soon as like one farmer says that, yeah, we got a good yield, then tank the prices, absolutely tank the prices. But yeah, in general, it's not good. But I'm happy that this for us, like it rained this summer. That's nice, and like we got everything harvested, and like technically we had a okay year. Some small breakdowns and stuff, but yeah, like in that way it was good. But it's not the same thing as having a financially good year still. Two different things. You can have a technically very good year, but still financially a bad year. Depends mostly on fuel prices, grain prices, things that the farmer cannot control. Possible to get stuck anywhere this field? I don't think so. I mean, when we go back to the corner there's going to be one spot that's probably going to be real slippery, but hopefully we don't get stuck. But yeah, watch the stream to find out. We'll show the whole field. I guess the really start we didn't show because John started first today, and I didn't have the stream set up in the morning yet. But we'll see tomorrow if John also plows tomorrow. Then we can set up I can probably set up the stream so you can watch even when John is plowing. But at least today you will see everything. All the plowing, all the driving almost in the ditch. But yeah, I don't think it's that wet. It's a little bit muddy. You can see it sticks to the tires, but before the rains yesterday and today it was kind of dry, so unless we get a lot of more new rain, then it should only just kind of get better from this when it dries up a little bit. But yeah, we'll see. It's always kind of possible, I guess. our fields are not. We don't really have those like super like deep soft spots where you get stuck. And then we also got not so heavy tractors, so it's not so easy to get stuck. If you have those really like heavier equipment to use, then I guess it's in one way at least easier to get stuck. I think it's more likely when we go to the forest, there it's more likely we get stuck. When we start, getting a little firewood. That's usually where that's where we have gotten stuck many times before. In the forest, because you never know, there could be like all of a sudden a really soft spot and then you just sink in. Where we have driven with the heavy load of grain, there it almost popped the plow again. We had some heavy wheat loads from this field, so it's when you drive over them like this, if you drove here with the full trailer of grain, then the soil is kind of compacted there. That's where it's almost, or the plow is almost like the spring-loaded thing is almost going off. could have been a small rock at the bottom of the furrow there. Probably just a small rock. Is charging, but it's still losing percentages, maybe if we put it like that, not to show the video feed. Backwards like this too, so you can see there's a little bit of mud sticking to the support wheel. I think that's too bad. Otherwise, seems to be doing a really good job with hiding the straw. Yeah, actually, sometimes you get more like seems like there's little cutters that cut the straw. They throw it underneath really well then. There's quite a bit of straw, but it seems like it's not clogging either. Flowing through pretty good. that's kind of the minimum requirement. Pretty much minimum. Need to be efficient and then work with some museum power. Then you might get left with a few euros. Hello there, Jen. Yeah, we're back to a little bit of plowing here now. Got a few days of field work left, but not too much left of this year anymore. Few days. Sounds bad. Don't really want to get run over by a tractor. I guess it must have been like not a huge tractor, because otherwise if you get run over then you get pretty much squished. But lucky that he did not die. Happened a lot. Like back in the day, there was, with the older tractor, especially when they had no cabin, then it was quite or a lot more common than these days that you had like accidents where the tractor maybe rolled and then you got left underneath and something like that. And yeah, in the beginning the old guys were maybe not that careful when they had a tractor, so there was a lot more like tractor accidents back in the day, I think. I mean, there still is now, but I guess it's more like other types these days. But yeah, there was no roll cage on the old tractors, really old tractors. Like this tractor, for example, technically if it rolls over, the cabin should stay intact, so you wouldn't get like flattened. Don't want to try it, but should technically be strong enough. Oh, there's Suleiman. But yeah, these days it's more like when if you rush out of the cabin, then you can fall down the stairs and break an ankle or something like that. But those are the most common accidents in farming these days. I would say it's like, yeah, sprained an ankle or maybe some broken leg, broken bones sometimes or something. So it is. Steel farming is one of the more dangerous occupations, but I guess it was even more dangerous. Auto drive on this jam. No auto steer. I mean, technically when the one wheel is in the furrow here, as long as you have the wheel reasonably straight, it goes on its own. But yeah, we don't have auto steer today. Or if we have, it's one of the old school auto steer. I guess you could call it auto steer in one way. It's the oldest of the auto steers. This auto steer has been around for about 100 years, I guess. Yeah, when you can see here when you put the wheel down here and the back wheel, then you let down. Then now when I have the wheel a little bit turned this way, then now we don't need to steer. Now it pretty much goes on its own. So technically not auto steer, but kinda auto steer. Like there's a little, I don't know if you call it a ditch or a little like furrow here. So once the wheel is down there, as long as you don't turn a lot, then the wheel just kind of keeps or stays in the right place. It can't really go sideways, or it wants to stay in the bottom there. But yeah, on the other tractor, when we drive other machinery, we have also actually auto steer. But this is old school auto steer. Like if I turn like this too much, then the wheel will pop out. But as long as you're reasonably lined up, then it goes on its own. Easy. Well, it's pretty easy now. I just need to turn at the headlands. Once you got the plow adjusted back there and everything, then this is, yeah, it's reasonably easy. It's not very hard. But yeah, to adjust the plow, for example, can be pretty tricky. If the plow is completely not well adjusted, then it does a very uneven job, and then that can be kind of tricky and hard. But the driving itself is not very hard here. Still need to turn around at the end though. Turn around and flip the plow around. No rocks, not really. You saw there where I turned around, there was a lot of rocks, but that's an area that we don't farm because there's a lot of like big boulders. But in this field in general, the farmed area, there's not that many rocks. There's a few when we go close to the forest, but yeah, for the most part, no rocks, no sand even. Just clay and mold, I guess you call it. Don't really know if that's the right word in English, but the good black dirt. I think it's called like, maybe it's mould, because mold, that's like the stuff that grows on cheese maybe. But the black dirt is like the better dirt, and then when we go up on the hills, you can see it turns more into clay, and that soil is generally not as good. But yeah, we have a few fields like the one up there and the other one higher up. Those are actually no rocks in it. This one has some, but not too many. Yeah, the blacker the soil, the better it is, usually. And we don't really have like, it's not black here, but it's, right here is like really good soil. But we have, in general, we have like pretty good soils. At least by Finnish standards. It's not, I know it's not like super, it's not like garden dirt type soil, but pretty good. Satisfying to watch. Yeah, I guess you clearly see what we're doing at least. Like some jobs it might not be very clear why we're doing it or what we're doing, but I guess here it's pretty clear what we're doing. Turning the soil, hiding the straw. And yeah, it seems like the small camera is also working still. Sometimes I had issues with the other camera. It was like an old cell phone not really working, but this cell phone, it seems like it's working also, so you can see both forward and backwards. Or this way you see what I see, and then the small camera shows the plow. We could also try this. Let's see if this works. Do you hear me if I have this camera? Because I think the main camera... Oh yeah, now the small camera is upside down. Let's go back to the first one. Might need to do some adjustments on the other cameras. Make the other one so it's like the small one is big and big one is small, but also not upside down would be good. Haven't used the double camera setup in a while here, so yeah, we had slight Australia stream there. Yeah, should we do this? Could probably do this all the way to there, and then we'll plow this. Or I could do this now and then we'll do... Yeah, I think we'll just do this like this. Probably works best this way almost. What is next after you're done with this? Well, next on this field would be to harrow or to like smooth out the surface, but that's gonna be next spring. This is all we do now this year. Yeah, this channel we do all kinds of things here. Not only driving tractors. Sometimes, like today, we do actually drive tractors, but for the most part, actually, we do other things. Seeding oats, but yeah, the next spring or next year this field will have oats. But first we need to have our winter here, then we can plant new things. AC controlled cabin, no AC in this tractor, but in the fall like this we have a fan here, so that's enough. It doesn't really get cold or heating. There is heating here, but no cooling. But cooling is not really needed anymore. It's the weather is so cold that don't really need AC at the moment. The newest tractor has AC, but we usually plow with this tractor. Well, currently we're just plowing, but as I said, next year this will be oats. This year this field was wheat, and next year it's gonna be oats. Versus wheat. So it's always important to switch around. Like you don't want to grow the same thing every year on the same field. Like that's very bad. It's very bad practice. That's the reason number one. And I guess reason number two, next year we'll actually have like a bunch of oats and nothing else, like some grass fields, but mostly oats, because oats has it's pretty, like, it has an okay price at the moment, I should say. Not good price, but okay-ish. So that's why we're gonna have a bunch of oats next year. We could actually probably drive here. Yeah, we should maybe do this now, the headland. But yeah, does Johnny remember which way should we turn the headlands? I'm thinking this should be turned towards the middle of the field. If John is in chat. I think it should be plowed like that way. So I should turn this like this way. Would this be the right way, John? I'm thinking so. I was outside and checked. I think this should be turned this way. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Then we'll go start over here. Now we're gonna have to drive a little slowly because The first few passes is gonna be very bumpy. Very, very bumpy. We might need to, really slow it down here. Maybe even a smaller gear than this. Maybe like this. This might be pretty good, and we'll see if it's too fast or not. This should be fine. A little bumpy when you plow over the stuff you just plowed in the other direction. Make this turn, it's kind of unfair to make this turn maybe. Kind of steep turn, we'll see if we plow halfway and lift up. Prices are bad. You would think prices we are paying for food now, you guys would see a huge increase. No, so there's a big difference between what you pay in the supermarket and what the farmer gets. There's a big gap there. So the supermarket and other parts of the food chain take like too much. So basically the farmer gets very little. And it's soon at a point where it really has to change. It's a big discussion. I think it's in other countries too, but especially in Finland right now it's been like a big discussion for the last many years already, because it's more and more farms have to quit, and it's like, not good. Everything we buy as a farmer gets way more expensive, and then the price of grain stays the same or goes down. Then it's not hard to do the math there, that's not really gonna work in the long run. Hello there, Brian. Greetings to Chile. But yeah, I think it's a pretty normal, like it's generally a money problem. The money system we use, it's kind of doesn't really work in the long run. Inflation and things. getting a little muddy here. It's pretty clayey here close to this island. Already having like a little bit of wheel spin. We should be able to get this done still. But yeah, here you can see like there's a big rock, there's a big rock, there's a huge rock. That's why we don't farm this little bit here. It's like full of big boulders like that, so not farmable. Yeah, I like to call it an island because the field goes all around it, but yeah, basically a rock island. With a barn also there. Super easy to drive normal car after done in the field. I mean, this tractor is basically like a manual car. It's got pretty similar controls. It's not that hard to drive, not too many things. I guess you gotta lift up and lower the plow and a few things, but the driving itself is pretty normal. Like you clutch in, then I do this backwards, then we go backwards, forwards, then it goes forward. In the middle it's neutral. Pretty similar to a car. Then here I have those gears, I can like change the speed here with the gears. But this is like it's basically like a manual car. Are the fans spinning? I think it's like getting a little foggy in here. Don't feel too much from the fans. Now I feel a little bit. Try put this on. Maybe shut this off. It's getting steamy in here. I guess it's pretty moist air outside. There's a rock. And now I feel warm air coming in. That's not good, we don't need that. was a rock and there was a rock also. I think we can do a little bit more there. Once we do this, we can also take a little break and I can open up the door, then we should cool down a little bit. Warm air needed to dry the moisture. Yeah, it's getting a little foggy up. It's fogging up here a little bit, but we'll see. Gonna open up the window at least a little bit. But yeah, there you could see when we hit rocks. You can see how it's like spring loaded, so even if we hit rocks, it's like doesn't break the plow. I can't see outside soon. It's too fogging up like a sauna here. Here we can continue, but now we're gonna take a little break here. Could probably even shut the tractor off for a little bit. Open up the door, let some cool air in. Then my chat phone is gonna go. Put on heater. I need to lose my jacket then also. It's getting too warm here. Put the chat here a little bit. If I put the heater on, it's gonna get too warm. Like, I should probably lose the jacket or something. It's getting too warm. Even if I don't have any heater on, when I got all the streaming gear, and I did have the fan on a little bit, but it's still like 10 degrees outside, so very quickly it gets to plus 20 inside here. Like, you could have these like side windows. You can have this open a little bit like this. That could also help, but then then there's gonna be more tractor noise. But yeah, you can have the side windows open like this.
Make it hard.
Let some moisture out. But yeah, at least now it's nice. You can just open the door and it cools down. It's not like in the summer when it's super hot and when this tractor does not have AC. I guess I could try that fan, but this should be on the cold air here. Then it might fan the moisture out. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. You got this section done. Here you can see it's harder clay when it's like, you can see the ground that's flipped over. Hello, Sambu. Fantastic. Yeah, fantastic. But yeah, here you can see more the dirt is like this, and when we go there it's almost like flat when it's like looser dirt. Have clay in your stream. I have plenty of clay here. Don't need any more clay. Yeah, close to this island you can see how it comes up, the soil gets worse, and then eventually it's like full of rocks like back there. And then it's unfarmable. But yeah, now it's clearing up the windows. Just letting some colder air inside. It was starting to get like a sauna inside here. Beautiful fall day. It's pretty nice, like we had some sun in the morning, but other than the sun could be out, could be nice, but yeah, other than that it's fine. Nice day to do this, no issue really. Nothing bad with sauna. Nah, I rather have it in an actual sauna. In the tractor here it's fine if it's not cold in here, but it was starting to get a little warm. I should probably lose this, like I should lose one layer maybe. But yeah, once you have the door open like 5 minutes it should be nice and not too hot inside here again. Technically I could also have in the back, you can have this little window open here. That might be a good option too. Then it shouldn't be like too loud from back here, but you can try with close all the windows also. But yeah, once if it doesn't rain too much the next few days, it might actually get drier. You can see the tires are pretty filled up with mud there, but I think once the moisture gets sucked in the dirt a little more, I think tomorrow and the day after that it might even be not stick as much to the tires. But yeah, it did rain a little bit yesterday and the day before that, so that's why it's this muddy. Before those 2 days it was almost like dry. What's your favorite vegetable? Yeah, what's the vegetable that tastes the best? I mean, banana isn't really a vegetable, right? I think banana is like a fruit, maybe. Banana is good, but yeah, from the vegetables, I mean, carrot is pretty good. Don't really have like a big favorite. Onions are also good. Onions you can use in a lot of different things. So onion is pretty good. Don't really know what's my like ultra favorite one, but those are pretty good. Potato. Yeah, potato is also really good. I mean, potato and carrot, those are, you can do so many things. Or potato and onion, you can do so many things with both of those. Like, so many different foods you can make out of those. But yeah, I think we're cooled down now. I think we can continue. even close the windows, so otherwise you're gonna hear the tractor too much. We can start it like this, then you can hear, like if we would drive with the door open, it would be kind of loud, because when we start up now it's gonna be quite loud. Or not super loud, but a little bit loud. Better to have the door closed. Then we'll move this. This is a little bit... I need this cable to be connected to this guy, otherwise I would have the chat like in front here. But if I move this, I guess I could have this. It's only to the camera and then this. If I put this, but I don't think it stays in front there, otherwise I could have it just there. There also. Can hear me a lot better when the door closed. Yep. And then if we open the door, if we rev the engine, then it's gonna be even louder. That could get a little bit old in a bit. Couldn't really hear me. Yeah, let's see now. We need to lift up. We can't start from there. I need to go a little bit forward, I think. Not too much though. Know how loud it is. Like I'm driving, I have like hearing protection on with this tractor, because it's the newer one you can basically drive without, but this one, when I'm driving the whole day, it's still better to have hearing protection. But hopefully it's not like super loud on stream, but you probably hear the tractor on stream though still. lever on the left for reversing. Yeah, this one. This one is like in the middle it's neutral, then it's forward for forward and backwards for backwards. I guess you call it, what is it, like a shuttle or something? I don't know what the official name is in English, but yeah, it's basically forward backwards. So I can use all the gears that I have here. You can use them all forward or backwards from here. So you can drive the same speed backwards as forward. There's no like reverse on the gear stick. It's just 12 gears here, and then you can use all those with this one, forwards or backwards. So clever. Yeah, it's still pretty old school. The new ones, it's basically gearless. So you just choose any speed, and then basically the tractor chooses the gear. See, can we go this way all the way here? Pretty much against the rock. And that's almost far enough. We might need to do a little bit, but it would be kind of nice if we could just drive a little bit off the field there. Finish up the corner. I guess that's pretty much far enough there. Don't even, normally I would pull a little bit there in the other direction, but nothing usually grows in the corner there anyhow, so. But yeah, when I do this, like, I don't need to really switch gears. I guess here I switched because I didn't do like a normal turn, but I can just use a clutch and forwards and backwards. And in the little bit, the newest tractor we have, you can use the shuttle without the clutch. So you just switches backwards and forwards without the clutch. This tractor a little bit older, so you need actually to use the shuttle. You need to first press the clutch, and then you can switch this. But the newer ones, yeah, you don't need to use the clutch even. Oop. A little bit hard soil and some rocks there. Got some wheel spin. But yeah, this is what they would call like tractor guys or something. They call this like a, at least in Finnish or Swedish, like Finnish, it's like a hard gearbox. It's like 12 gears, mechanically 12 gears forward and backward. The new ones here, they have the, I guess it's called like CVT or whatever the transmission type is called, where you can just, with the pedal, you basically adjust, like first you set your max speed and mean speed, I think, and then when you press you don't really press the throttle anymore, then you press like the speed, and if you press the gas pedal to the bottom, you go to your set max speed, I think. I have never really driven a tractor like that, but I think that's how the really new tractors work. And then the tractor adjusts the RPM and everything. You basically you select your speed pretty much then. But this one, yeah, it's mechanical gearbox, and then now with the foot tap controlling the like throttle, like how many RPM we have in the engine. So it's old school transmission. But yeah, it works pretty well for this. It would be nice if you could use this without the clutch, but it's fine. Mostly we use the newest tractor, which has the shuttle, yeah, without clutch, but So with the new one I could just drive like this, then grab this one, put it backwards and it would go backwards. Here I need to press the clutch, then go backwards, then we go backwards. Pretty much like a manual car. Except I'm not putting it like in reverse, I'm just going the other direction with the reverser, I guess. But yeah, if you can drive a car, then you could drive this tractor very easily. Or if you can drive a manual car, I should say. It's not the same as driving an automatic car. But yeah, pretty close to like a manual car. And then the plow I control like this lever that lifts the whole plow up and down, and then this one is the flip the plow one way or the other. This is hand throttle here. You could put the throttle on a set speed here with this guy. Then we got like lights and fans and this is a good tractor to learn how to drive because it's pretty basic. This doesn't have all the fancy stuff like the new tractors. They have like on the side here there's like 30 buttons you can turn and adjust. This one is a little older, so it's more basic. A good tractor to learn how to drive with. Probably do one more pass here. There's a big rock here, that's why we need to like work around it here. Yeah, this pass pretty much. And here we had some rocks. I think here it hit some rocks, so you might see the plow jump around a little bit here. Yeah, but there you saw how it's like spring loaded. It seems like the plow is like braking, but it's spring loaded, so it doesn't brake. The plows can come up in the air, but it doesn't. It doesn't brake. It's not like 100% fixed. Spring loaded. Spring loaded. Yeah, I mean, of course, the springs can break or something, but if you wouldn't have the spring-loaded thing there, then it would have definitely done some damage to the plow, but now it was like fine. You can probably drop it in somewhere there. Make a new mini headland right there. But yeah, for the most part the field is rockless, rock-free, but close to the islands, close to the forest there's a few rocks that are hiding just beneath the surface. But for the most part, no rocks. get it going. It's gonna steer itself, so we can even look backwards with the main camera here and see what it's doing. Dirt is flying. So yeah, it might seem when you look forward that it goes kind of slow, but when you look at the dirt there, if I would go any faster than it was kind of, I guess you can go a little bit faster, but I think this is a pretty good speed. The dirt is still almost flying. Check from the rear mirror, there you can see that I'm flipping the right way. Sometimes you almost forget to flip the plow and then it would turn it the wrong way. And it would end up being very uneven. Have any points shop or anything or kick, but we do have, if you get a lot of points, then you can get the VIP badge on kick. I don't even remember how much points you needed, but I put that as a reward. You could find some other rewards too, but yeah, if you watch a lot you can get the VIP badge on kick. I should make the same also on Twitch. Like if you watch, if you get the Twitch points, whatever they're called, enough, then you could get the VIP badge. It's 50k points. Yeah, on purpose I put the limit pretty high, so need to definitely put in some serious watch hours to get the VIP. But yeah, I don't want to give the VIP to just anybody. Pretty much gotta be a regular viewer. I don't know how many hours it counts to, or could probably count out like how many hours you need. I don't know how many you get per hour or anything like that, but definitely a few hours probably. I don't know. Do you get points if you watch the VODs? Like you can watch the old broadcast too. I don't know if you get points for that, or if it's only when it's live. It's Kona, yeah, it's definitely, this stream is pretty Kona, I gotta say. Or is it like is there a Finnish version like Finn Kona? Definitely won't get this whole field today. We're just, if we can get about half of it, then we'll probably get the rest tomorrow. We'll see, what is it now, 2:30? Yeah, we'll probably Can keep going for like a couple hours, maybe a little under. Then we'll do the rest of this field tomorrow, I think. We'll see if John starts tomorrow or if I start tomorrow. When wet or harder to drive when wet? It doesn't really make, like, if the ground is really dry, then it's like hard, and then it's actually like harder for the tractor to pull it. Like this is pretty good now, especially if it would just a little bit drier, then the tires would even stay clean. But the dirt now it's nice, like it's not hard like a rock, but it's also not like the dirt is not that wet. But yeah, it rained a little bit yesterday and the day before that, so it's a little bit, that's why the surface is a little bit muddy, as you see, and it sticks a little bit to the tires, but it pulls pretty easy, I think, now. And yeah, if we don't get any more rain, then the next few days it should be really nice. Should be pretty nice conditions. Tires might look kind of muddy, they would look nicer if it's drier, but this tractor pulls this plow pretty easy, so we're not having too much wheel spin yet. I guess we had a little bit there where it was really hard clay, but for the most part right now the wheel is not like slipping. It might look like it, but yeah, pretty much zero wheel slip now, so we have enough traction. If it's really muddy, then yeah, you start to spin the wheels just and struggle to go forward, but this is still fine. It was very dry before the last 2 days. Before that it didn't really rain, almost no rain for a month, so it was really dry. Now it's pretty good conditions. John can start at first light. Okay, yeah, you can start whenever you want to start then. And I'll try to finish this field tomorrow then. Takes a little bit longer because yeah, behind the island there we need to plow like in a different direction, and there's like some odd shapes, and it's like it's always fastest if the field is like exactly rectangular, but this is almost the only field we have that is not pretty much rectangular. All the others are more or less rectangular. You can see in the ditch there, it's almost really dry there still. I guess there's a little water now, but still almost no water there. So that's a good indicator how wet it is. If it's really wet, then this whole ditch would be full of water. Now it's like more or less almost empty. In the spring that can be like completely filled to the brim. big rock here. We're gonna watch out a little bit so we don't reverse and hit this guy. That could break the plow. Like if I reverse into that rock, that would break the plow. If there's a little rock that hits the plow when we go forward, that's not that bad. But yeah, if we would hit that when we reverse, then that would break the wings off, I think, or something else. A little bit like this. Get some airflow, otherwise it's gonna fog things up, but that should hopefully not let in too much tractor sounds. In 1.5 hours. Yep. Probably gonna go until like 4 or something. We'll see when we feel like not plowing anymore, then we will stop. Here you see when we cleaned the ditches, we dumped all the bushes and stuff here. Here's like big piles of all kinds of branches and small trees, and just junk from the ditches. It's not gonna turn. Should have reversed a little bit further. Seems like it's clearing up. There's clear sky over there. Might still get the little sun before the sun sets, maybe. Some rock. There was one rock, was it right here? There's some other rock there hiding in the grass too. And yeah, over there you can see it's like full of boulders. So that little piece there completely unfarmable. Or I guess technically nothing is unfarmable, but you would be spending a lot of money trying to dynamite those rocks away, and then you'd end up with it's still probably really poor soil there. You can see like around the island it's already like heavy clay, which is not the best soil. Same with this smaller island here. Like a ridge that goes all the way to the island here, so this ridge here already has like not so good soil, and then there the soil really ends and it's only big rocks. Of course the big power line. At least they had the wisdom to put the ground is pretty high there, to put the power line here where I can't farm, so it's not at least it's not double time in the way there. If they would have put that power line right here, then it would be even worse. thermal power line should also be on that island, but they didn't manage to do that still. Would be one less obstacle. One more hour, we can almost get to that island, I think. If we do one more hour today, then it should probably be pretty close to half this field, I think. Pretty close at least. See there, full of boulders, and none of those boulders have been lifted from the field. They all were there. They're so big that they were definitely not moved there. Not by humans, at least. By the Ice Age they probably were moved, but not by human activity. sticks on this wheel that goes on the straw. It seems like it's puncturing the tire, but it's just straw is kind of flying out when the wheel is spinning. Looks kind of weird actually. I think even tomorrow it might not look the same. If it doesn't rain during the night, then it's probably gonna, maybe the straw is gonna dry out a little bit, and maybe it doesn't stick too much to the tires tomorrow anymore. Might change a little bit. I mean, it's not super windy now, so we'll see, but could change a little bit. It's gonna definitely, probably, most likely dry up a little bit. It was only for the next few days in the forecast, there was only like really small drizzle basically. Looks like it's gonna start to rain. A few minutes ago it looked like it's gonna come clear up from here, but now it looks like maybe it's coming some rain from the south. Should not be very much though. Organic plowing. I don't know if you look that up. I don't know what that really means, but this is pretty much the same if you're organic or non-organic. Plowing looks pretty much the same, I think. is plowing pretty much. I guess in English, like sometimes they also call, like when you chisel plow or do like cultivating, they also call that plowing. So. But yeah, over here we call, this is the only thing really that we call, or would say is like plowing. Then it's like you can cultivate and you can like harrow and do different things with the soil. Black before green. Yep. Soil has to get black before it gets green. John knows. But yeah, we're not gonna plow every field. We're just gonna plow 2 fields this year. And then some we leave green over the winter. Some we will leave on like stubble. But this field and one other field we will plow. So we're not gonna, we don't do the old school way when you plowed every field every year. We don't do that. Just a little bit of plowing here and there. Sure, there are other things we call plowing, if you know what I mean. Yeah, in outside of farming, yeah, you can also. It seems like in English, every word, especially in English, every word has a lot of meanings. I guess it's the same in other languages, but it seems like especially in English, you have every word is always like, it has, you say it the same way and it has about 5 different meanings. Seems to be the way to go. quarter past 3. We'll probably plow so much that we have kind of passed this island and I can do this mini headland. And then John can start with some longer passes tomorrow. I think that might be a good... I think on some other days when I plowed this field, I also done like this much first day and then pretty much finished it the second day. Or at least very close. Not really in a rush to get this plowing done because you can basically do this as long as the field is not frozen. So, and the fields might freeze, like you never know. They might freeze in a month. They could freeze. Well, not this time of the year, it's pretty much never frozen. But they could freeze pretty soon, but I'm thinking the forecast looks like it's not gonna freeze probably in at least 2 weeks. Might be a month until it freezes. Or even more. Could be like 2 months. kinda wants to start to rain, but shouldn't rain. Some drops. At least we're not harvesting. When you're harvesting and it's dropping like this, then it's super annoying because then you might have to stop harvesting. But this plowing you can do even if it's Even if it's raining a little bit, it's fine. I guess that's one thing that's nice with this job. It's not super weather dependent, or as weather dependent as some other jobs. Battery do we have left in the thing here? 25%. It's pretty low actually. We have not streamed for that long. Maybe it is the network is not the best in this field, so it might drain the cell phones faster than usual. Yeah, we've used like 75% on 4 hours. Yeah, I could only stream like 6 hours. We'll see tomorrow if we have to charge this battery from the other battery to keep it going for a full day even. here in the corner there's always like a puddle. It's really bad soil. There's a small spot. So there it might be. We might be spinning the wheels a little bit if we get to that spot today. I should have reversed a little bit more. That's a place where it almost never, like this year it actually grew a little bit there, but that's probably the worst soil we have anywhere. A little spot. Water doesn't suck through the dirt there at all. It's really like heavy clay. Might need to use the windshield wiper. It's not really raining, but there is a slight drizzle. go a few more times back and forth, then we can do that headland, and then that should be a pretty good spot to probably end the first day. so slightly drizzly. But yeah, then when you hit that island, you almost hit this island, and then there's a power line, so there's all kinds of weird stuff. Extra obstacles. Back and forth, then we can almost pass the island. Yeah. Then we can do this bit that's left on the end. Only on-off type windshield wiper. You can't put it on like a super slow wiper. So kinda with the drizzle, it's kinda annoying. Have to put it on and then off once in a while. like top donators or something, subscribers. That's pretty nice if you can see that somewhere. Didn't even know. Yeah, we're gonna go once back, and then when we come back, we should be able to do that, and then probably then it's good for today. This very small place here. This is getting muddy right here. You can see that small place. There was like some puddles before. It's always, if it like rains more than 2 drops, then that mini piece there is always muddy. Right here is a mud hole, pretty much. Could have some wheel spin when we do the things there. I could feel it hit the plow a little bit, but it didn't even kick up the wings, so it's probably just at the same depth as the plow is going. Doesn't really bother me too much because yeah, this is the only thing that goes this deep in the ground. Everything else you're basically going on the surface, so yeah, now this we can go past this island, so now we'll do this little bit here first. We need to turn, it was this way. We need to flip it. Oops. I think United States of America has one of the best agriculture. I don't know, I think it's nice that people grow food anywhere. Doesn't really matter where you are, I think. Anybody that's growing food is doing like a good thing. Doesn't really matter too much where you are. But it's definitely very different in different parts of the world. You start here and then that should be pretty good. Might definitely spin some wheels there. Because already now when I drove, like right here is like a mud hole. Already spinning the wheels there a little bit. So. Nice farming content. Yeah, I thought it might be a good change up to all the gaming content that's mostly on the platforms. Probably not the most common stuff you see. Getting a little greasy here at the headland. We'll see if we need the deflocks here to get through. And of course it's raining a little bit more now, which doesn't help. Makes it a little bit slippery. Right here it's very slippery, as you can see. Spinning a little bit. pass. But yeah, otherwise it wasn't too, or it's not too muddy, but right here where it's clay, it doesn't take too much. And it turns from not slippery to very slippery. Agricultural fairs coming up now. Not really. There was the, I don't know what it's called even, but we didn't go to it this year. But yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of like those events pretty much always. We usually go to some of them. You don't really need to go every year, like they have some new stuff, but yeah. Nice to go sometimes, but we don't usually go every year. This looks funner than Farming Simulator. Now we could try here. Put this on, now it should be deflux on if this. Okay, these lights are not really working, but now it should be. So all wheels should spin at the same speed. It locks left and right side, so. Yeah, now we have locks on, so now if one wheel starts to spin, then if it's really muddy conditions, then it's good to put the deflop on. Now you can't really turn because both sides of the wheels need to spin same speed, but I'm pretty much pulling straight here, so we can use it in tough conditions like these right here. Then we need to disengage it when we reverse up. Then we need to do that one pass there. It's a little bit at the end left. Here it's pretty much done already. But yeah, doesn't take much, couple of rainy days and it's pretty muddy here in some spots. Luckily most of it is not very muddy, but right here it's pretty hard soil and it's pretty muddy. I think the mini picture, the cell phone picture is frozen now, but I could try to refresh. Let's see this. It sometimes works and sometimes not. look right there. Do one pass here maybe. Just a little bit. Yeah, I think the cell phone, it's pretty, it has died, but I have so little left here today that we're gonna run with just one camera now. Yeah, here I can't really turn even, it's sliding around a little bit. Slipping and sliding. Yeah, I'm just gonna finish this here. This little bit here, and then we might do a little bit there on the other side, but I think we're mostly done for today. Yeah, it's just the rain seems like it's increasing. Could do this a little bit here because I need to turn this. If I drive there from there, and we need to pretty much flip this. This seems like it's been flipped up almost too much here. I'll flip this down actually here. This should be flipped that way, but I think this is like it's leaning so much the wrong way already that I'm gonna actually flip it this way. Yeah, I don't have a rear window like a wiper either, so I can't see backwards soon, so might be time to call it soon. Just gonna do this a little bit here. Oh no, I want to do, yeah, if we do the other way then I probably pretty much need to have this the other way actually. And do it this way actually. Think about it here a little bit. How we do this a little bit here. Guess I could do it something like this maybe. And I should mark this other path, but I can't mark it because I can't see anything at the moment. Damn rain. Even a little bit of rain is it's kinda annoying now. It doesn't stop the plowing like technically, but very annoying. Now this is, tomorrow John can start here. I guess mark this, but I can't mark it now because I can't see anything. Now it should be good to drive from there. But yeah, it's also raining, so otherwise I could leave the tractor here, but I think there's like half a tank of gas, so it might be also not enough for tomorrow. Might as well drive out of here. Have to drive a little bit on the plowed stuff, but it's okay. one way, or I guess couple of ways out of this field. Ah yeah, here we got a little bit left too. Got a few short passes that we could do here also, probably. Would be easier if I could see better outside, but everything is fogging up now when it's so wet. Can I see backwards enough? No. I'll leave that for tomorrow. Rear window is fogging up and everything is fogging up now. There's a little triangle here that needs to be plowed to the side first, but we'll do that tomorrow. Take a shortcut through the forest here, so only driving a little bit on the plowed stuff. Down. That. Move this over there. But yeah, that's probably gonna be it for today. I don't think we have much left from the battery here. Oh, I looked wrongly at 35% now. Yeah, I thought should be enough for one day. But yeah, that's probably gonna be it for today. We'll be back most likely tomorrow, unless it like rains a lot. Then we can come back tomorrow and continue plowing. But yeah, thanks for watching. See you guys later.
I'm here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am more flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.